seeing market on open imbalance coming in at sell side of 110 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 13 million. Dow 30 sell side 16 million. Max 7 sell side 9 million.
Good morning, good morning. Retesting our 90 here on NQ right at open. Dude, I don't know what's going on, but I got zero sleep last night. I don't know if it's just like my brain can't handle like the shift or like what's going on. But I woke up at 7:30 this morning and I went to bed at 4 a.m. So I don't know what's going on. But I could not sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I'm miserable. This 90 rejection is good though. Holy, I'm lagging. This is where we are. Right? It's the same market. So we're just opening at our 90 with a lower high. Let's see what we do. This is ES holding previous day value. Oh my gosh. Offer sitting at 100 here in NQ. I'm going to give them a minute to try to figure out if we're going to be able to get through this or not. I have my doubts. But we are still making a higher low. Offer still sitting at 100. Let's see if they take. I think RTY will lead. Just like yesterday. We're already diverging with RTY where it's leading to downside. Just waiting on NQ to get its shit together. This 90 to 100 is still just where resistance is on the hourly. So my bias is slightly bearish just with our overall pivot, but we still need to see RTY lead here. Let's see if it gets the break. Lead us down. Big divergence with NQ and RTY still. I want this to reject our 30-second opening range low here on RTY. Show this as resistance. Give us that lead. And then NQ can then follow from our 90 rejection. Push. Come on, RTY. Lead us down. Offer now at 90 instead of 100. Trying to step down. This guy got absorbed at 70, so we're battling between 70 and 90 right now. RTY leading. Gotta flip that, this is what it looks like to me. RTY leading down. Got to get below this 67 here. 90 to 100 still holding offer. No change, but still just chopping. Got to get below this. Watching our reoffer on Russell for secondary leg. Continuing to absorb both sides. Offer sitting 90, 100. Bid sitting 70, 80. Watching our 38.6 on Russell for that reoffer for then another leg if we're going to get it. NQ still just chopping sideways while we wait. Two-sided. I personally will not look for a long on NQ until we flip 130, just like yesterday. To me, this is just absorption into our known edge high. They're just still absorbing here. There's no change. Watching for our Russell retest. Again, only looking for longs over 130, just like yesterday. Need to flip 70s for downside. If you're like incredibly bullish, you can try to play 90 to 70 as your risk for a rotation up to 130. But I don't know, man. I do see that as a potential here. And then you get a secondary leg if we get the pop over 130 in bid. So it's 20 points of risk playing off of 90 to 70. Whereas, like, as long as that's maintaining, the upside potential is there. But I'm just going to be waiting for that 130 flip. But understand that our 30-second opening range edge here is at 90. So as long as we're continuing to find that bid in higher lows, then NQ has a chance. But this divergence with Russell just makes me not want to take anything until we see the market moving together. Seeing as we're following our downside pathing on Russell. Makes me think that this is just absorption on NQ. Which is why I'm being so careful with that 130. What's up, Sauce?
Tesla shares hit 2-week high, last up 2.6% as the company's China-made EV sales jumped 91% in February.
Well, I just think that this is absorption. It's not choppy, it's just absorbing. Like, Russell's diverging and leading. I really do believe that. Like, this is just our higher time frame offer. And I think people are trying to get this thing to break out, not realizing that, like, this is the top of our hourly balance. Let's see if we can flip 70s, or if this is going to continue to hold. RTY has done our move. Leading down into our ETH low here. I think we're just trapping. But we'll see. Like, there's a reason why I continue to say, like, we got to flip 130 for upside. It's the same levels as yesterday. This is our opening range mid holding. Now we're testing our ORH on NQ into our absorption here at 90. See if they put in a lower high. Like, there's very clearly someone absorbing here at 70. and there's very clearly still someone selling at 100. So what we want to see is this offer stepping down to create a lower high to give us our initial idea that sell side is willing to shift. Right, so this would be our first lower high at 90s, and then we would be looking for that look below 70 for that secondary leg, and then I'm willing to play this, just like we have on chart. We know that this is going to be choppy here. This is our big resistance. So as long as we understand that, we recognize where and how we're trading, right, in this area. Remember, this is where we are on the hourly, on our multi-week balance. Absorbing here makes sense. We're putting in a lower high, a lower high, a lower high, right? So we're still trading within the structure, and we need to see something shift outside. So until we can flip this, we're expecting absorption here. Here it is. First risk off here as we push down into 35s. As we push down into that, take a little profit, and then look for your secondary leg on fulfill into O10s if we can break this.
IEA executive directors to deliver statement on energy markets at 3 p.m. Central European Time today.
First take in there. If we can flip this, then we go down to full target. Gotta break this, but it's already over 1-to-1. RTY led. Yes, held where we wanted. We got our secondary move after a lower high on our offer, and then we're able to then push down.
So that'll be
See
in
if we
about
get
10
the full
minutes time.
move. Back down to previous day value low. Yeah, good job. Out half is good. That's our 30-second opening range low. That's why we've taken profit there. Now we're watching to see if 60 can now hold offer for another lower high. Right? Just like 90. We want to see if 60 now will put it in, and then if we can flip, then we should be able to go down to full target. If not, then we'll have to rotate and come back up to our break even at 70s. Regardless, trade is free now.
So we have posted out his video on the feed for you to watch. Again, starting in about 9 minutes time now. According to Ambry, they say oil storage facilities have reportedly been struck in the port of Oman's Salalah.
Just took off another 3 there into 15s, almost at full target here into previous day value.
So Ambry says port control has reportedly advised all vessels moored in the port to prepare for departure.
Everything about this trade made sense. Literally everything
No
made
damage
sense.
to merchant vessels has been reported.
Again, higher time frame resistance, RTY leading to downside, clear absorption into our highs at that same higher time frame resistance, lower highs put in, looking for that offer to flip below our buyer here and our VWAP. So we got our VWAP flip, we got our bid flip and reoffer below 70s, and then we got our catalyst and push down to previous day value with RTY leading to downside, with ES follow through as well below our 30-second opening range. So not only did we have our 30-second opening range fail and hold on that 90, giving us our catalyst for that push down, we saw full market participation to downside as well, giving us
Amazon
that move.
boosts the Eurobond offering to a record 14.5 billion.
And again,
euros.
it's very clear on footprint as well that this was where supply was, right? Supply into our highs. We took out that wick high, stopping out all of these traders that were positioned here. We then put in a lower high on reoffer into POC to value of our previous 15-minute candle, and then put in another lower high, and then rotated down. Every single thing about this trade told us that this was supply above. Not only just what I was saying, but also just what footprint is saying. Right? So even if I'm not here, you can still, like, the trade footprint itself is telling you that this was supply. Now let's watch our VWAP retest here across the board. VWAP is the purple line. We can see that we're retesting it on ES, RTY, and on an NQ all at the same time. Let's see if we flip pivots or if this is just going to reoffer and then push down from there. Unsure. If Russell has momentum, then we have to give the market the ability to flip. If RTY wants to go up, then we can go up. Just watch our reoffers, see if this is going to be another lower high. Play with trend.
So now I'm on TV saying Oman says drone struck fuel tanks in Salalah port, no human casualties.
Got to get below 35s for more, or it's the same trade again as from our first risk off. ES holding our 30-second opening range, as well as VWAP putting in lower high. Watching our reoffer at 91. Again, we need to see RTY start to lead again if we want another downside leg. Currently trapped between 35 and 90 on NQ. Waiting for a decision to be made. We're stuck in our opening range right now. Trading between our ORL and ORM. $35s again. Gotta flip this for more. ES held where we needed to. Good reoffer. Rotating back. So right now, it is a battle between these guys outside of our opening range, right? This is our opening range low. Are these guys going to remain as our risk for an upside move like this? Or are these guys going to remain offsides for a downside move, right? So we're stuck between these traders here and these traders here, and we're waiting to see which one flips. Can we take out these highs and get the secondary move above 90? Or do we take out these lows, right, and then continue on our way? So it's just trapped between these two participants that are outside of our current range. Buyers are here, sellers are here. We're waiting for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do. But if you're looking for a long, right, you're playing off of this 35 with your stop below this wick at 14, with rotations back up to 70 to 90. But personally, I'm just going to stay in my runner and let this play out. Either stops me out or it doesn't. Downside still intact. Just keep an eye on Russell as well, right? It's the same setup on RTY with the higher low, which is why I think that that might be potentially a good long opportunity as long as we're maintaining these participants off. Still holding our 35. That bid is still maintaining. Again, this would be your first risk off if you took this. Secondaries look on the flip over 90s and hold. Very clear higher low there. Watch for 90s to now try to stay bid. We have 40 seconds till new 15s. This will either trap above, and then we'll look back below 70s for a continuation down, or this is where that bid will now hold on the open of new 15s for this rotation up. So we're keeping an eye on it, because if we do this, then we'll go up like so. Watching the new 15 to let us know if we're going to do this move, either or. This is our pivot.
Meta is preparing to deploy 4 new homegrown chips to handle AI.
Holding where we need so far, pushing into first target, take your first risk off at 130, look for secondary buyers above, secondary pathing now holding. We get this rotation up, then we trade up into our 160, and then we are good to go. Just playing off of this 90, we're already over $1,000 a contract. Easy trade. Easy flip. Just took off 5.
Trump says practically nothing left to target in Iran, according to an Axios report. So again, according to Axios, Trump says practically nothing left
There it
to
is,
target
full
in
target.
Iran. Seeing movement towards the downside on the
Now
dollar,
leave
movement towards
runners.
the upside on the S&P 500. IEA members agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil, according to a statement. So again, IEA members agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil, according to a statement. Trump says again that the war with Iran will end soon. This is reiterating what he has said in the past couple of days, but just Trump from Axios says that war with Iran will end soon.
Huge. Just in runners now. Bro, let me tell you something, Roy. I was like, I'm gonna watch the first episode of the new One Piece season, and I turned this on, and I was like, wow, this episode is really long. What's going on? It was a 2-hour first episode. I had to stop. 2 hour. Holy. Why did I stop? Because I was trying to sleep. I was like, oh, I'll watch like a 30-minute episode before I go to bed. And then it was 2 hours. It's like an entire arc in one episode. The first episode is them battling Smoker on that island where they killed the king. Like they go to the island, they fight him. They do the full like it's the entire arc. It's crazy.
IEA's bureau says flows of oil and gas via Hormuz all but stopped.
Yeah, we traded right to target. Was it good? I mean, it's One Piece, so if you like One Piece, maybe it's good. I don't know. I don't know if it translates well to people who don't know what One Piece is, or like. I really don't know. I mean, it's worth giving it a try.
Also, according to Axios,
It has like a 99 on Rotten
2 more
Tomatoes.
weeks of strikes. So we have also posted out the article in the feed for you to read through.
Were you guys able to profit off of that? Was I able to walk you through that, or no? Did you play the flip of 90s? If you didn't play the 030 bid? Listen, like even the 90 flip, just playing the 90 flip was $1,500 a contract. Here, like, look, I want you to see this. Look, this is the 90 flip. Do you see how there's nothing there, and it's just the hold of our flip of our 30-second opening range? Like, even this was worth. I personally shorted it on, I longed it on both NQ and MNQ there. So like this is my MNQ trading because I was very bearish that entire time.
IEA's
So I just
bill
loaded
says
the
will
boat on
provide
MNQ
further
that
details
entire
on how
run.
this collective action will be implemented in due course.
So like I was just shorting NQ that entire push into 90 to 100.
Release of 400 million barrels from the strategic oil reserves.
And then I had a limit flip at 90, like I talked about. I just let that stop out. And then I was like, okay, well, that's going to limit fill me. And then I just went to NQ and traded that as well so that I could get my initial position on. But there's like the short that, you know what I mean? We're looking for that lower high. Just shorted it. Added to that position. Went for it. Continuation.
S&P 500 up 0.2%, Nasdaq up 0.5%, and Dow down 0.3%.
Now we wait. See if we flip once more. I'm not looking to short this, I don't think. Just watching to see if we bid here at our 70 to 90. We're waiting on Russell to figure itself out. If it holds this higher low here on this flip, on our 30-second opening range, then I don't know about this trade on NQ. We'll see. Maybe, but we'd have to see a bit more. I think right now it's still a bid. Because RTY is holding. That's my why I'm unsure on NQ. Like I think this is more so just a buy until we get the flip and hold with Russell weakness. Watch to see what happens into 46.5 on RTY. Right, like if this fails here and then we look below, then this would probably be a short. If we can get this secondary leg on the look below. But if this holds supportive, then I think this is just where NQ absorbs. And then maybe we look up again. That's why I'm a bit iffy on it. Think about it like this. Our last candle, we're holding value high of our last candle, right? So until we can see that like that flip below, it just feels a little two-sided to me. Especially with Russell holding where it needs. Is there very clearly a seller above us? Yeah, definitely, right? But I think a reoffer into 130 first could be what we need for the lower high, right? Like if we're just gonna think of it as like a channel. Could they sweep this? Definitely. Does it make more sense to look for at least this higher bid into this and then look for the down? I think so, before we get just the short. But we'll see, because I think this is just where we're going to need to retest and then get a decision while we wait for Russell to figure out if it's going to break down into these highs or not, or if it holds. This just feels like a tight range where we're waiting for the oscillation to complete, and then NQ has to reoffer into these highs. Hopefully that makes sense. It just feels very two-sided here. Like, look at what this man does to this market. Like, we're so cooked. It's insane. Like, the volatility that this guy brings with single sentences is just unnatural. Did you guys see? Wait, what intern is in charge of Taco Bell's new item menu? This is like someone on like a dab bender. Like I've never seen. These are the new items. Like I'm for sure trying that creme brulee crunch wrap slider, but holy, what is going on in that menu, dude? Yeah, RTY still holding our pivot. I still think that we're just needing to come up and look into this 120, 130 first before we flip down, just like we talked about. As long as Russell's holding this, it's very hard to try to short here. So I would either like to see higher or a much clearer look below before we take anything other than just trying to long here, which I think is fine to be in a long runner, as long as we're holding this 60 to 90. Again, as long as RTY is still just like maintaining, I think it's going to be very tough to get the initial move. Watch to see what we do as we push into this, if that's going to lead to our downside leg or if this is going to be able to maintain. Oh my god, I hate trading view. What did I do wrong, man? Okay, there we go. Alright, almost at target. Let's see what we do. Mm-mm-mm. Uh, I don't know. It's just called seconds opening range is the one I use. I don't know who it's by. Let me look. Explore indicators. I think I just used the Tiki opening range. Hmm. Sometimes you have to like scroll back and load more bars for things to work in Tradeify. going to take some time to clean up our chart while we chop sideways at our opening range. Russell leading up, so still not bearish on market until we either break this range to our highs and start to look over 130s for the long side, or we break below this 3560 for the downside. NQ just feels sideways while we wait. Very choppy POCs. But I'm not shorting this 3560 unless we see like Russell start to drop. This just looks like a long to me still. See if we bid 90s again. NQ is very thin on Dom, so be careful. But let's watch to see if we get a higher low here. Very two-sided.
10 minutes ago now to get data from the EIA. Crude oil inventories forecast is for a build of 2.5 million. Prior was a build of 3.475 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is for a draw of 2 million. Prior was a draw of 1.704 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw of 0.947 million. Prior was a build of 0.429 million. At EIA, crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 1.564 million.
It was a quest to watch the trailer, Rory, and you got the hat. You must have like immediately closed it.
So a reminder with the API crude oil
They are
change,
ads.
it came in at a draw of 1.7 million compared to the expected build of 1.4 million.
Dude, look at this. Insane. Imagine wearing shoes that your boss bought you because you're too afraid to tell him that it's the wrong size, and now you just have to wear clown shoes. Unlucky. Like, it's so unlucky, man. Holy no backbone.
S&P 500 index turning negative after rising as much as 0.4%.
I'm still just waiting. Bid sitting at 20s. I'll play the reoffer of this 35 if we get a good look below and hold with Russell leading. But I want to see Russell below our 36 opening range before I take this. Oh, excuse me. Like, I think RTY is just oscillating right now. And I think NQ is just really thin, and it feels very similar to yesterday, where we have to wait for
So oil
RTY
prices a
to
little
lead,
change despite IEA
we'll see.
proposal for record release from strategic stocks. Brent and WTI futures last up about 3%.
My concern right now, and the reason why I'm not going crazy, is that like this is your risk right now, which is fine. You can try to play this down. If we can get this Russell breakdown, then we'll get a nice move.
Inventories forecast for a build of 2.5 million. Prior was a build of 3.475 million. Gasoline inventories.
But I would like to see RTY retest before I pull the trigger.
To China's military, they say they tracked and monitored US P-8A patrol aircraft transiting Taiwan as Global Times citing source.
My concern is that RTY holds these lows, and then this creates trapped liquidity on NQ, and then this will just be a play again, just like we did before. That's my concern. So just really keeping our eye on this. Because NQ leading doesn't really mean shit to me right now with how thin it is. Holding our offer here so far at 35s. Little look below on Russell. Would like to see more. Again, I'm not in this, but we're holding where we need to. I'll pull the trigger once I see Russell follow through. If you did take it, this is a great first risk off here into 80. If you did take the 35s. Great first trade. I think we get another offer though. So it might come back on you. If we can't flip this 80. We have news, RTY news in 2 minutes. EIA numbers. See if we get this RTY retest here and offer, but again, just watching to see how we interact here. We've got 3 POCs that we're trading into on NQ right now. Lots of buy side liquidity into these lows.
1 minute to go now. Lead with the EI crude oil inventories.
RTY still holding lows. I'm still flat off of that. No change. Again, great first risk off is that 980 level. Watch for a reoffer of our 35 to 60 as we close here. 30 seconds till new 15-minute candles. Again, without Russell breaking down, and we're continuing to hold our 30-second opening range, I don't feel comfortable doing anything on NQ. Just coming back up to our ORL here on NQ, watching our reoffer. New 15s, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
RTY news in 10 seconds as well.
Build of 3.824 million, build of 3.824 million compared to the expected build of 2.5 million. Gasoline inventories a draw of 3.654 million compared to the expected draw of 2 million. Distillate inventories a draw of 1.349 million compared to the expected draw of 0.947 million. Crude Cushing inventories a build of 0.117 million.
All right, got our nice bounce offer. Watching to see Russell retesting our edge here at our 30-second opening range on NQ. Let's see if we get follow through now or if they get us back in. It's going to be very rough with the divergence here from sellers. Let's see what they do. As long as Russell's continuing to maintain, you got to be very careful trying to short these lows. Good hold so far. Good lower highs so far.
First of the report on feed 333.
It's a 1-to-1 here if you're playing off of 35s into 25k. We got to flip below 80 for more. This is your secondary risk off as we come back down into these 80 lows. Again, it has to flip, and then we can look for 30s below. We want to see RTY start to push down here again with the lower high that we just put in. All right, this liquidity is offsides. We've now put in a lower high. We want to see this push down for next leg, or we will just do another oscillation. Full oscillation on NQ from 35 back down to 80. Again, great risk off. Now look for a runner. Bounce potential here is huge, so you have to be very careful. Again, RTY can find a bounce here, and it would be just fine with NQ holding. Just look at it as a range. We need the sweeper below 80s, and then we can look for that 930 below on NQ. See if Russell gets follow through, or if it's going to do a double bottom. just start to move your stop down.
The Nasdaq 100 turns negative, reversing gain of up to 0.7%.
Turkey's Erdogan says Iran's war must stop before the whole region is dragged in.
Russell holding our lows again. You're not going to get your next leg on NQ until that RTY breaks. Just in runners here. Watching to see if we can flip and hold. Watching our retest here where our offer was last on RTY. Just ranging. Every time we lose momentum on Russell, though, we get another leg down on NQ. This is why I said just like treat it as an oscillator. Right? I think it might be Dunzo. Russell holding. Retested highs. Ooh, excuse me. I'm moving my stop on NQ from 60 to that wick high here at
Oil futures hold gains despite larger than expected US crude stocks
45.
build. Brent WTI last up
On
nearly
my
4%.
remaining contracts.
So the UK joins the International Energy Agency members in a coordinated oil stock release.
If RTY wants to lead up, there's no more downside on NQ until we lose momentum. Just the normal. Why is this
The
showing
UK say
up
they're
here,
contributing 13.5 million barrels to the SPR release.
Okay. Again, I am just in a runner here from 35 to 45. I've moved my stop. I'm watching to see if Russell's going to lead up again. ES double bottomed. RTY made a higher low. NQ made a lower low. But again, the NQ move doesn't matter. That's not what's leading the market. 35 offer. Maintaining. That's crazy that they took all 6 South Korean THAAD systems. This higher low is a little concerning with Russell holding flag. It looks like our risk is here with RTY holding previous highs is supportive, trying to look for this breakout. That's what it looks like to me, but we'll see. I'm not going to shift bias here, but I do see the long setup with 80 to 05. I'm gonna just wait. Either we get stopped out 35.45 or this holds, right? And we'll just see what happens. But I do see the higher low flag that's happening across the board for the upside move. This definitely looks like a long is attempting here. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying that. And you get your next secondary leg on a push above. Just keep watching RTY for follow through. If we can breach this flag, then maybe we go up. Again, I'm just gonna let my short stop out over 45s, but I do see this buyer trying, and wanted to point it out.
The EIA report that US Gulf Coast stockpiles of crude oil last week at their highest level since June of 2024.
Stopped. This is push into our target with Russell holding. Let's see if we can hold our lows now at our 35 on retest for continuation up, and then rotation of our range back up to 90. As long as Russell has momentum, market has momentum, just keep that in mind. Just watching our retest of our 30-second opening range low here, now that we've flipped it.
According to sources here, Russia is preparing a possible 10% cut to all quote unquote non sensitive spending in 2026, but the decision hinges on oil prices.
Still holding POC of previous candle, just chopping here. Just waiting. Nothing's invalidated. Everything looks okay. Just giving it a minute. As long as this pivot below is holding, there's nothing really to do. RTY just retesting our edge.
UK 10-year gilt yields it's hit session highs of around 4.687%. That's up 13 basis points on the day.
Good hold so far. Higher lows. Russell holding our edge. Just watching. Again, we're holding POCs across the board from previous candles. Just coming back up into our previous seller. Market slowed down a little bit while we wait for Russell to figure out if it wants to hold.
Maersk say that it is our assessment that there is currently sufficient fuel globally, although it's unevenly distributed. Maersk add that they are proactively redistributing fuel to ensure vessels can continue to bunker where needed and keep our ocean networks running without interruptions.
Wait. It's not just him, it's all of them.
Financial Times reports that the EU weighs lifting Russia sanctions against oil trader Trust.
RTY is still holding our edge, no change. Continuing to make higher lows on NQ, just pushing up, holding POC of previous candle on both ES and on NQ. Rotating up through our 30-second opening range. Watching Russell as we retest highs here again off of a bounce. Very, market slowed down quite a bit. But we are holding higher lows and we are recovering where we need. Slowly pushing. Probably head back up to 90 to 100 would be my guess, just like we talked about. Continuing to maintain our 30-second opening range low. RTY just oscillating, no change. Very slow market, but very clear that we want to head up to that 90 to 100 still to me. Just got to be very careful because of the potential sweepers with how thin we are. Pushing into target as we rotate up. This is
US
that POC
warns
here.
civilians to avoid using ports used by the Iranian regime.
Slow but steady. Yep. Peace, man. Good secondary move. Just took forever. But points are points. Nothing invalidated.
UK 2-year gilt yield hit session high of around 4.011%, up 14.5 basis points on the day, on track for the highest close since the start of the war in Iran. Also, a senior KRG official saying here that no oil will pass through Iraq-Turkey pipeline unless Baghdad government gives Kurdistan immediate dollar relief. So again, senior KRG official saying no oil will pass through Iraq-Turkey pipeline unless Baghdad government gives Kurdistan immediate dollar relief. Also, senior KRG official says security guarantees for IOCS in KRG to restart production is also needed.
I'm out half here into POC, a previous candle, into our 90. Offer sitting at 84, 85.
So again, that's coming from a senior Kurdistan regional government official.
Again, why did we think that a long was viable? RTY holding and pushing higher, correct? Flagging, everything holding. We saw our initial hold off of the POC of previous candle. We stop out here on the push above. We then will wait and we basically just hold here for this 35 and we look for that rotation back up into our 90 to 100, which is where we had our original offer. So this is just a rotation of our 30-second opening range off of the flip here, with Russell still maintaining our oscillation and our higher lows. So there's nothing to invalidate, and we're just doing a right side of V with POCs holding as supportive as we rotate up. Same thing on NQ. So no reason to look for anything else when we're still just maintaining. And then it's just a rotation right back up into our offer. How do we find our offer? Well, we just look to see where our last large sell side candle was on our footprint chart, right? And then we look for our POC to our value of that candle, and we mark it. I'm just gonna highlight this, right? And that's where we put our target, right? Nothing crazy. And then it's just a rotation back up to that. Make sense? It's back to our 35, no change. Russell back down to our range here. Bottom of our oscillation where we've been last. See if something changes or if we just rotate again. Full rotation. Just rotating back up from our 35. Just trading in our opening range. My remaining 5 contracts, I'm just going to have a stop on those lows at 15 from 35.
Maersk says we can confirm an ongoing incident near to the general cargo terminal in Salalah, Oman. Yves von der Leyen says we're providing. Just ignore that. Maersk says all operations in Port of Salalah have been paused until further notice. So French presidency broadcast video message of Macron to G7 leaders after IEA decision to release oil stocks, and at the end, which Trump states, "Well, I do agree." Oman Sultan gets phone call from Iran's president, Pezeshkian, according to ONA News. South Korea to join the IEA and release 22.46 million barrels of oil reserves. So Trump adds in comments to Macron broadcast on video published by French presidency, says, I think we're having a tremendous impact on the world.
True. Huge impact. Again, I'm just in a runner here. I'm just in this off our 15. I'm just watching. This can go either way. Russell definitely leaning to the downside, so I can get stopped out here. That's okay. I've just been allowing my contracts, my final 5, to stop out on every push so far. That's okay. I'd rather stay in a position than try to overtrade it. Personally, so I just got stopped there. Russell leading down.
According to Gulf Official, some Gulf states are reviewing sovereign wealth fund investments to cover war-related losses from the Iran conflict. Review may include reversing commitments and selling assets and reassessing global sponsorship deals.
Little sweeper to the downside. Let's see if we can flip
UAE
this
Ministry
80.
of Foreign Affairs says there is no change to investment plans or long-term economic priorities.
Watching this 80 to 010. See if we can offer it on retest. Good sweeper. RTY just back down to our bottom of our base here.
According to a Saudi source, PIF is not expected to revise long-term investment plans due to the current geopolitical landscape.
Let's see if we get a nice little reoffer here for continuation down off the sweeper. Understand that RTY is just the bottom of our range, so we'll get that relief bounce, or we should expect that relief here with ES triple bottoming, right? And RTY also in the basing, which should allow you to not have to FOMO in, and then we just look back into this sell side sweep that we just saw on footprint here. Let me turn off drawings. You can see that. And that should give you a good offer as we push into this. Remember, this is just ES into our 30-second opening range low. That's why we care about here. And now we're watching to see if sell side can hold this sweep to the downside that we just saw and this value edge on retest. If we can hold as we push into this, then we'll have a nice secondary leg down. Same thing on ES. And we'll just look for Russell to get that follow through below as well. Failure here will just result in these guys being trapped, and then we'll look to play on the flip back above our previous day value low at this 10 to 20 on retest, and then we'll get this nice little rotation back up to POC. So just keep an eye on our edge here for our reoffer and look to see if Russell can get this follow through to the downside. Again, we want to maintain the sweeper that we just saw. We want to see that offer lower into it to try to defend it, and then we want to see follow through. This trade is over 1-to-1 now. This is your first risk off if you're playing off of 990 to 010. As we retest lows, Russell continuation. Hopefully that made sense with our sweeper as where we were looking for that offer to be located. Again, it's very clear when we have these footprint sweepers where an imbalance is created, and then we just look for that follow through with the rest of the market. I've risked off half as we test lows. Trade's free now. 5 left from 90 to 50. You see why it doesn't matter? Like, we always get, like, me stopping out on my runner doesn't affect me not catching the downside leg. Like, I really want to reiterate that. Like, this is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I tell you exactly where my stop is. We stop out at that 15. I wait for the sweeper to the downside. We play the reoffer into that sweeper. And then we just play it down, man. Who cares? It's the same pivot as before, right? We bid the 35s. We played it into 90s. We stop out below 15. We get the sweeper down. There's a reason why we stop out, right? It's because this is a very clear invalidation. And then we play it back down to our most recent lows. And now we just chill in a runner. It's like, it doesn't need to be more complex than that. And now we wait. Can we hold our 30-second opening range low here on Russell? We'll find out soon. So I've stopped out the last 2 trades and still caught the other side. Right, we stopped out over 35s and then went long. We stopped out below our 15s and then went short. Just waited for secondary tests. And how did we find those secondary tests? Well, we waited for Russell to get its little relief bounce off of our pivots and then played with the sweep, right? With that sell side liquidity. Once we lost momentum. Do I have perfect entries? No, but it doesn't matter. I'm scaling into positions with micros. Who cares? Jesus. Let's see if we flip back over. A lot of absorption down here. Just waiting for Russell to figure out what it wants to do here at our 30-second opening range low. Do we reject for another leg down? Can we get below that 35 on RTY? That would lead to a nice breakdown. But we need to retest here as we push in. It looks like we'll have a potential short-term reversal here with a bounce on NQ and ES at our reversion zone edge for a rotation back up to 20 is what it looks like to me, unless we see Russell show weakness. I see a slight bounce here from our 75s back up to 020 into our PVZ edge. Same thing with ES at 81.75 if we can hold our edge here. Whatever comes first. If Russell wants to hold higher lows, we'll definitely go back up to that previous day value. If NQ can hold while Russell maintains and then is able to push below, then we'll get our next leg. I'm just going to either let myself stop out because I'd rather stay in this short, even though I do see this potential bounce here for rotation up. It's just going to come right back up. Like, I want this next leg. So again, I'm going to allow my runner to either stop me out, and then I'll play the flip on the push above, or I'll just re-enter the short after the stop out. But I'm not going to try to do anything new. I'm just waiting. But if Russell is able to hold higher lows, I do fully expect us to have to come up into this previous day value first. Same thing here at this PVZ value. It's a very tough area because this is where we're expecting absorption to occur. And so we're going to have to come back up to our value edge first, take out this liquidity, and then we can figure out what we want to do. That's my guess with how we're holding these lows so far, with Russell holding a higher low, right? That's that divergence that we're seeing. So whenever I see something like that where we start to stagnate, I expect us to have to come up higher first to find liquidity before we can then seek lower. So I'm just looking for that wick high to get taken out and push into that 20 here before we can figure out which way we're going to go. Just like we talked about. Then we watch to see if we flip our value edge here after we do this move for upside again, or if this is able to hold, or then a continuation down once we take out this liquidity here. But regardless, if you are playing the reversion trade, this is your first risk off into PV. So we can flip it. There's our push into our 20 and our offer. Watching Russell as we test into POC here, as well as NQ and ES into our PVZ value edge. Can we get back into our daily value, or does this hold offer?
EZB Schnabel says March projections to partly reflect in Iran shock.
Again, the idea here is that this is just us taking out this wick high and coming back up into this edge after failing at our lows. We can predict these moves to happen, especially when we hold higher lows on Russell, which is what we are expecting to lead. And then we see reversion signals print on both on ES and on NQ from our zone. Then we just expect a reversion back up to value before we can figure out where we're going to go. Hopefully that makes sense.
So Schnabel making comments in the speech in
We'll watch for a
Frankfurt.
higher low here at 80. That'll be your first risk off if you're playing off of this 10 to 20 is 80. So you expect your bid to try to be there to try to defend a higher low. So again, that's your first risk off. And now let's see what we can do. Hopefully you
Macron says it will
understood
take a
what I
few
was
weeks
talking
to
about.
coordinate Hummer's ship
And now you're in
escort-
runners.
escorts.
Did that make sense? I'm glad you followed through on it though. That's a good job. Stuff like this, where it's just like consolidation
Macron
below
says
value.
GSM release of oil.
Again, it's just
is going
taking
to
out
be
this high
organised in the
and then
coming days.
retesting this seller. Like that's just a good reversion trade back up to our edge before we're going to figure out where we want to go. And then again, like I'm always taking off first risk once we come back down to see at this edge of our reversion zone. It's always like where I'm watching for that bid to be. Same thing with like our rebid reversal line, just to give context. That's what I'm watching. And then we just hold a runner here. See if we can get back in or if it holds. But like as soon as we see a sweeper like this below value, like I'm just looking for them to try to sustain here in this sweeper. Like it was so clear on our footprint that the seller is located here. So like if this seller was located and was able to sweep
Macron
us down,
says
like
we
I'm
will
looking for them to
engage
try
with
to
several
defend
nations
it
to
when we
limit
come back
measures
up
to
into it.
restrict exports.
And again, like this is just a reversion back to POC on our daily on RTY. So like we have a target across the board with our value low,
Treasury T
and our
yield rises
POC here.
to 3.634%, the highest since September.
Let's like watch for a common
And adding,
Pivot.
Macron adds that there is no justification to remove sanctions on Russia.
Risking off a little bit more here into 50s, into our open only 15s. Lows taken on NQ. Yes, retesting lows. RTY leading down. Target is 29.9 here on Russell. Coming down into our target here, our 29.90, which is our PVZ value, as well as our value edge here off of our rejection of POC on the daily. We are now headed down to our value low on the daily on Russell. And this should be our pivot short term. A good area to take some profit where we expect RTY to find a bounce at our value low. And then we look to see if we get a secondary leg here. Watch NQ ETH while we push down into our lows here on RTY. Expect a bit of a reflexive bounce, and then we'll look for another leg afterwards. We have this really great reference point above us on NQ with this POC of our previous candle. Same thing with ES. So we'll watch for a reflexive bounce there if we're going to get one. If not, then momentum will just hold, right? But I do expect at least a little something as we push down into this low. RTY finding a little bit of a bid. Again, we'll watch our POC of previous candle. Our POC to value of previous candle is where we'll look for that offer off of this little reflexive bounce that we get. It doesn't have to come back up there, but that's going to be our best opportunity where we can look for a reload. If we don't go up high enough, then
there is a need
you're just going to have to allow your runner to run without being able to add.
In Iran war.
Which is fine.
So again, we need clear military and political goals in the Iran war.
We don't have those already? that's kind of scary. What? No, what are they talking about? It's crazy. So this is our expected bounce on both ES and NQ with our Russell low holding, right from our target. And then we'll look to see if we get that secondary leg as we push back up into our value to POC of our previous candle. Oh boy.
Macron says France is going to release a maximum of 14.5 million barrels of oil.
I'm basically just watching this 60 to 80 as our offer. This is where you push back in for a lower high. on NQ. We need a loss of momentum from Russell off of this bounce before we get this next leg, if it's going to happen. But very clear liquidity as we push into here on NQ. As well as ES. This is our value edge here from our previous candle, just like we talked about, off of that reflexive bounce that we expected. So if you took a long off of that, this is your first risk off. If you're looking to add for a short, this is where you're looking to see sell side try to defend for that lower high, right? And then we'll watch for this loss of momentum on Russell if it's going to get it, and that'll allow us to then have a secondary leg. Without that Russell lower high, and then this rejection here across the board will rotate back up, right? So we need to see sell side show interest here, and we need that loss of momentum as we push into this 60 to 80 for that next leg. It's already 20 points from 60. Trade's free.
Schnabel says monetary policy remains in a good place. Saying that we must be vigilant to upside inflation risks. And we must monitor persistence of energy price shock.
If RTY holds this look back into value, then that might be all we get. Same thing with ES at ETH low. Trade's 1-to-1 right now.
France President Macron says the government may decide further measures to cushion oil price increase for French consumers. According to Iran's parliamentary speaker, saying the US claims that has destroyed Iran's missile capabilities. The initial waves of large-scale missile launches were intended to blind enemy radars and defense systems. And he adds that now Iran can target any location it chooses with fewer missiles. Today, the Iron Dome appears to be an irony.
Damn. Yo.
The Speaker of Iranian Parliament, Galibaf, speaking.
Good risk off here again. If you're playing off 60 to 80 into our 40 for a 1-to-1 trade, let's see if we get followed through. Again, as long as RTY is holding this higher low, our odds are not great for continuation as of yet. You need to see Russell show a bit more weakness, but it's a trades free.
US stocks extend declines. S&P 500 down 0.3%, Nasdaq down 0.1%, and Dow down 0.9%.
Again, I'm in this for free. I've taken risk off at 40. The reason why we've taken risk off at 40 is that our risk is 20 points from 60 to 80. So I have taken 20 points at 40, if you can imagine that. So at this point, I've now taken this twice. I've averaged into this at 60 twice, and I've taken risk off at 40 twice. And so now we have not only made this trade free, but profitable, even if we get stopped out over 80. My risk off below, or my PTs, are 910 and 880 for continuation. We're waiting on Russell to figure out what it wants to do. I have posted my trades in chat. Yeah, it's got good benefits, but you have to spend a lot for the benefits to play. You have to spend like way more money than I do per month. But like the benefits are really good if you're a huge spender. They're decently competitive with American Express. But I mean, American Express is still just like the overall GOAT. But yeah, the spending threshold for a lot to receive a lot of the benefits is just like, it's so high. 35 points so far off of our 60. Do you see that it's just a rejection of our POC to value, guys? Do you see how we can find that reoffer? Retesting our lows here in Russell, potential for a double bottom. So it's a good secondary risk off if you don't want to wait for that 9-10 sweep that I'm looking for to take out our lows. We have 13 seconds until new 15s.
Germany's 10-year bond yield rises to new 12-month high, last up 7 base points at 2.933%.
Bruh.
US stocks extend full, Dow Jones down 1%.
I'm not fighting for 5 points here. I'm taking, instead of 9-10, I'm taking that. And then I'm leaving my my risk at that 880 still. Sorry, I'm leaving my PT at 880, but I'm not fighting for 5 points for my PT that I had at 910 there, just in case we don't get it. If you did take it, you got it, but I wasn't about to fight for that. If we get the sweep, we'll get that 880, and then that'll be a full target for me. Again, this is just an expected reflexive bounce with a push back into our value to POC of our previous 15-minute candle. How did we find that that potential bounce? Why did we think that that could occur? Well, because RTY was at our pivot, right? We were looking for a trade for our seller to trade from our POC down to our value low, because we understand that if POC holds as resistance, we should be looking for a value rotation down to our value low. Yes? Do we have that concept? Right? It's this. We're rotating through from POC down to our value low. So we can expect a reflexive bounce here into this edge until it becomes resistance. We don't look for more. So then we look for that reflexive bounce, and then we look for that lower offer. And then that gives us our secondary leg. That's why we can look for that. So we get this reflexive bounce, we look for that sweeper to hold, and then we look for that continuation down. And then for ES and NQ, we look for that relief, or sorry, for that reoffer at that POC to value of our previous candle. That's how we find that. And that gives us that 60 to that 80 here. And same thing with ES here into our, so sorry, from this candle, from our 68 to our 71. That's that POC, right? And then we get our continuation down. Because we're in a channel, right? We're in a downtrend. So we should expect a lower offer. And then we just hold our sweeper, and then we continue on our merry way. The reason why our next target is into this 880 is because that's where our liquidity is on footprint.
Seeing the euro at 2-day low versus the US dollar, euro last down 0.36%, dollar yen up 0.5%, sterling
There
down
it is.
0.12%.
Let's see what we do
Dixie
down here.
Up, last up at around 0.33%.
This is our target where this liquidity is. Remember where we're trading, boys. This is what? Why did we look for that rejection? Why are we where we are? Well, it's our multi-week balance. Hmm. 80s might be a little too low. This 90 might be it. It's up to you if you want to hold. If we get this flip below 75s, then we can get some more. But I don't know if we're going to need to see a rotation back up to our value edge on Russell first. you might not want to fight for the points. You know.
ECB
Let's see if we get a better reoffer.
Creating a European safe asset doesn't imply issuing more debt.
Let's watch this for another leg. That's why taking off at 40 is so worth, Sauce. Just let that shit, let it breathe. And then just let it run. Right? Because like nothing invalidated about our plan or what we were looking for. It was just your leverage that made you stressed. But like play wise, it was good. It's definitely a good reminder. I'm just waiting to see what we do here as Russell retests. I'm flat. Can't be short if Russell's going to get this big bounce. We knew that there was liquidity down here on NQ. Now you just got to wait for the next loss of momentum before we can continue. We'll watch our 60 to 80 for a flip. If we get a flip from 60 to 80, 80 will bid, and then we'll look for a rotation back up to 020 to 030, I think. If 60 holds, then there's no change.
Eurozone money market is now fully priced in the ECB rate hike by July.
Yeah, I mean that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. That's like huge. Being able to close and just being like, all right, we'll wait for the next is fine. Being able to like rationalize a fuck up is like such a good thing to do and be able to do. I'm basically positioned like this right now, or not positioned, but set up. So we have a limit at 60 with a stop out at 80 that'll immediately flips me long for a rotation up to 10 to 30. So either we fill 60 short and then that holds, and then we play that back down to 40 for 1-to-1 for the short side, or I stop out at 80 and it immediately fills me long. So I've got 5 contracts sitting at 60s. I have 10 contracts sitting at 80, and then I have 5 contracts in total for take profits above.
Interior Secretary Burgum, speaking on Fox Business, says that Trump would announce. So Trump would make an announcement. So again, Burgum on Strategic Petroleum Reserve says Trump would make an announcement.
Watching Russell
to
hold this
Bloor,
higher low and for
Intel's
pivot.
10% stake sale
Same
to
with
the US
ES.
must be
NQ
voided,
lagging.
according to his suit. Again, suit says Intel's 10% stake sale to the US must be voided.
First risk off here into 40 for 1-to-1. Trade's now free from 60.
According to sources here, Iran has laid about a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. ECB Schnabel says exchange rate hasn't changed that much. Schnabel adds that energy price shock is the first order.
This is your next take profit on NQ.
According to the Wall Street Journal, they say the US plans to unblock Strait of Hormuz collides with realities of global insurance. So Trump's plans to sell insurance for ships in the Gulf, a way of easing the war-induced crunch in oil supplies, is proving easier said than done.
Bid sits at this 929, 910. That's why we've taken profit here. If we flip this, then we can look for new lows. Watching Russell for that follow through.
ECB Schnabel says, unlike in 2022, we don't know how much of the reduction in supply is permanent. It's also from the Wall Street Journal. They're putting out a live update. So 3 ships hit the Strait of Hormuz as Iran tries to choke off oil traffic. So US forces said they destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels. The IAEA will launch, and just citing that the IAEA would launch large-scale oil release for emergency shocks. But just again, 3 ships hit near Strait of Hormuz as Iran tries to choke off oil traffic. Nvidia introduces
Pushing down to our
Nematron
lows
3
again.
Super.
Full rotation now on NQ. Now you just can chill in your runners for continuation potential. But anything down here, we need the flip up below 870s for more. It's just our
Nvidia says
ETH
model
low.
delivers 5 times higher throughput for agentic AI.
That trade had 0 drawdown. Full plan given, as well as the flip potential.
ECB Schnabel says there is a big difference also in fiscal and monetary policy stance compared to 2022. Also, CNN citing that Iran claims it has high-speed underwater launched missiles. Von der Leyen says it's not the moment to relax sanctions on Russia. Von der Leyen says enforcing the oil price cap will help stabilize markets and limit Russian revenues. Telegraph says the UK mulls tax exemptions for Brits returning from the Gulf. Brent crude extends gains, rises to session high above $93 a barrel. Oman says all petroleum derivatives are available and in a normal state. Oman says there is no impact on continuity of petroleum supplies. The US is to announce new Section 301 trade probes on Wednesday, according to New York Times. Trump on Iran says the US could strike even more targets if we want. As Trump speaks to reporters at the White House. So New York Times, going back to Trump, Trump says the US is leaving certain things in Iran that we could take out. Going back to the New York Times article, the US probes to cite excess foreign manufacturing capacity. So again, in relation to the 301 probe. As said, Trump said the US is leaving certain things in Iran that we could take out. Trump adds that the US took out just about all of Iran's mine ships.
Bro, they have like tunnels full of ships. They don't need to. Look, like Iran is like 90% tunnels, bro. All of their missiles, all of their ships, everything are just stored in these like massive tunnels.
Also, the US is to probe digital service taxes, and currency manipulation.
Yeah, and not only are they dug under, but like the entire side of the strait on Iran side is like just a mountains. So you have like not only are they dug underground, but then there's like 1,000 feet of solid rock above that because it's a mountain. Like it's impossible. This is such a terrible battle to try to have. Like you have to send in troops. Rockets aren't going to do anything. It's way too far underground. Makes no sense.
Trump says, I'm not worried about Iran-backed domestic terror attack.
This retest here of 910, 920 should be pretty telling, I think. This is POC of our previous 15. We're watching to see if we put in a higher low here. Same thing with ES. If the bid's found, then we'll rotate back up. Full range rotation. We've trapped a lot of liquidity down here if we find a bid here. Just watch our test as we push in. This is your risk. Same thing on ES. Mm-mm. I don't know how much more I'm going to be trading today. We've had some really solid rotations. Let's watch to see if like this absorption occurs here at this 906 to 920 for this rotation back up to 60s. That's what I'm looking for right now with our POC to value hold with these guys offsides below, right? It's like a lot of liquidity down here that's kind of fucked. And then it would just be a rotation back to this POC here on ES at 64s with Russell retesting our value edge and NQ coming up into this 50 to 60.
Intel announces new Intel Core Ultra 200S Plus series desktop processors.
Holding 906 and ES value. Russell still just trading sideways at our value edge. Needs to look below if we're going to do anything new. Flat. We're still just absorbing here. Not really sold on either direction. Let's see if offer sits at 20. That'd be the only thing that I could see. The problem is like there's just not a lot of downside left, man. We'd have to get below
Senior
this for me
Iranian
to
military
care.
spokesman tells State TV that if our ports and docks are threatened, all ports and docks in the region will be our legitimate targets.
Like as long as we're holding this 906 to 920, like I just don't see any potential. Same thing here with on ES.
Trump says, I think you see great safety at Hormuz. So again, I think you can see great safety at Hormuz.
Because like if this holds and then we get this bid, we rotate up to here first and then we figure out if we're gonna go down. That's my kind of my thesis right now. Is that if this continues to just absorb into this 906, 920, then you gotta go up first before you can go down. And that's with just Russell holding our value edge and then having to come back up into this. But we'll see. Very sideways. Here's your rotation.
Trump asked if Iran laid mines in Hormuz. Says, we don't think so. He's just kind of repeating what he said yesterday, but just say hear it again.
What do you
to,
mean?
Reporters at the White House.
That didn't even make any sense. So they didn't lay mines now? What? Bro, the mixed messages that this administration gives on a daily basis should be illegal.
Intel says new processors will be available via retail March 26th.
Offer sitting at this 48, which is POC of our previous sell candle. We're just watching Russell trade sideways here. Yes, went to target, but the market is just awful right now while Trump's talking. This is what the reporter from CNN said yesterday. And this is what Trump said, which is like, if Iran has put out any mines in Hormuz Strait, then but no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. But if they actually did, it's like, what are you talking about? It's like, they didn't, but if they did, it's just like, dude. This is first risk off. You're playing off of 06 to 20. This is just our rotation up like we have pathed. Watch to see what Russell does as we push into these highs. We need to take out this liquidity first before we figured out which direction we're going to go with this absorption into our lows. Same thing with our value to POC holding on ES, just pushing up into our 64.25. New 15s have opened. Again, this is your risk off. I've taken off half here.
JMIC says there is no confirmed
If we flip
evidence of
80s, we
mines
go
in
to
Strait of
010.
Hormuz.
If 80s hold, then there's no change. This is just our offer. This is just our 60 to 80 that we sold before. We're watching to see if 80 holds. If not, then again, we'll just go to 010.
It's according to the Joint Maritime Information Center. Again, saying no confirmed evidence of mines in Strait of Hormuz.
This is, of course, our ES target as well, off of our hold of our POC with that absorption that we spotted. Just pushing in, watching our Russell reaction. If Russell doesn't want to reject here, then we'll just go up to our 30-second opening range again, allowing for this trade to run. I just filled at 80, just in runners now. Watching to see if we get this flip. 5 left. My external battery in my computer just tripped. That was weird. We're watching to see if Russell flips this. Same with the ES, now back into value. If we can flip this, we'll rotate up into this 020, 010. Same thing with Russell here. Just watching to see if we hold this. Very clear risk below. Just watching our value edge here on NQ. Trade back into VWAP. Very clear liquidity on footprint. We're waiting on RTY. Yes, bounce off of our flip. This is target 74 to 79. RTY pushing into target now. NQ just pushing up into our highs here. Watching to see how we interact as we push into that previous day value in our VWAP. Should be like, I don't know, 80% risk off at this point. Just doing a reversion trade here. This is literally just the setup that I posted earlier of the flip of our 60 to 80, right? Like that's all that we're doing right now. This that I just replied to.
Senior Iranian military spokesperson Shakachi denies that IRGC vessels are located at Iranian economic ports, on State TV. Trump says US military is hitting Iran very hard.
How many times can this man say the same thing? I just don't understand. Like, why do we have to report that?
Fitch Rating says world growth is to continue at steady pace if oil price shock is short-lived. They expect US consumption to slow in 2026 as labor market weakness weighs on household income. Trump says oil companies should use Strait of Hormuz. And Trump on military action to end Iran operations says more of the same. Trump says, I think oil companies should use Strait of Hormuz.
Huh. See ya.
Fitch Rating says in the Eurozone, higher energy prices are a new headwind, but underlying growth trends are improving as Germany starts to recover on fiscal easing. So just minor with Trump on his schedule, he's going to be visiting a Thermo Fisher factory. He's got a couple of local interviews and he's delivering remarks in the afternoon. But he's about to depart the White House.
I'm stopped below 59 on my runners. Just watching our pivot here on Russell, seeing if we get the bounce and hold. If we do, then no change. If we flip back below, I'll look for a...
Trump says, I just spoke with the
offer
leaders of
below.
various nations.
I offer below our value low on the daily on both ES and NQ for our next play if we're going to do anything else. We continue to just maintain our value edge as supportive on ES and NQ, then there's nothing really here. Just waiting for Russell to get back up here before we can decide on what we want to do directionally. But again, I mean, this trade's incredibly profitable already. We bought the
Trump says, I'm not worried about any
lows here
Iran-backed attacks on US soil.
at 06020, or if you bought the flip of our 80s, either way. Now you're just in runners. Again, just holding our pivot here at our 80 to 60. Even if you just took this, it's a good 1-to-1. Russell holding our edge, which is allowing us to run. Again, it's just a rotation up to target into our VWAP. NQ's following.
Trump on Spain says they've been bad. We may have to cut trade with Spain off. So we may have to cut trade off with Spain.
They've been bad. It seems like most of you are done. It feels like the excitement in chat is kind of worn off. I don't know how much more I'm going to be trading today. We'll see. But it's 12:42. I don't know. How much longer do you want me to go?
Trump
we
on
made good money.
Lebanon says that we have to get rid of Hezbollah. So Trump, when asked if he can declare victory in this war, if the supreme leader remains the Ayatollah's son, he says, I don't want to comment on that.
No, I mean, I'm not trading the afternoon. But we've basically just done the reversion trade, right? Like, this is what I see on Footprint. Yeah. Like, this is what my Footprint looks like. Right, we just reverted to VWAP off of the failure at our lows when we saw that absorption occurring. This is what I was talking about.
Trump on hitting Iran says,
Right.
we're not finished yet.
So as soon as we started to hold this, this is that that 2006 area. It's just coming down into it. And then it's just a reversion back up to our VWAP and our POC that sits here at our 010. So now that we've done this, we have a decision. Do we chop here? Or do we flip and then rotate back up? Unsure. But this is a huge pivot here. To me, it makes sense that, like, now that we've done this, we come down a bit, then we figure out if we're going to, like, hold, and then we can look
Fed
up
bids for
maybe,
10 notes total
or look back
$9.8 million.
and then we need to take out this low. So there's not really a great shorting opportunity for expansion until we get below this guy. But once we do, then we can continue onwards. But we have to respect that this guy's getting absorbed here. And that this will just be like a balanced rotation between 60 and our 900, 910 area. If we flip, if not, then like this holds here at our 50 to 60. And then we'll look for that flip above our 010 to 25K. And then that would lead to an upside move for rotations back up into these highs. Right, like you can't be bullish if we're holding our value edge now. We have to get back below this and then offer it. Or this is just going to be where we consolidate for a rotation back up to our daily POC. That's the issue.
FDIC's Hill says US backstop off limits for stablecoins.
Right, like a recovery of our value low here is a rotation to POC is what we watch for based off of our understanding of how a volume profile works and a value area works inside it. So we have to respect that until we see the flip. We can see POC is attempting to shift here as well at our 80. So as long as this like 60 to 80 is kind of maintaining, this looks like a potential flag with, again, just a push up into our 20s. And then secondary targets would be into this POC here into our 80s, 70, 80s. But we gotta wait for what the market wants to do. But it's very hard to look for a short here. Well, we, again, are just above that. Same thing on ES. Right, because ES is holding our value off of the flip and trying to build at our reversion zone edge. And we'd be looking for these rotations up to these higher targets if we can build here. So we need to see a very clear breakdown of this and look back below, and then we can trade down like this, or this will continue to build here, and then we'll look for this rotation up for this move.
So that concludes comments from Trump then. So he was on Fox News, or in front of Fox News, but that's concluded.
So just wait for our value flip for our next trade, basically. I mean, you could try to use CL. I think oil is incredibly manipulated. I'd rather use something that makes sense to me. I don't see a reason to change what I'm doing because I'm making money with it. So I don't see a reason to be looking at oil whatsoever with the amount of news-based volatility. Especially when all of our Russell trades so far have worked on the day. Why fix something that isn't broken? Just doesn't really make sense. You know? Shit.
At the top of the hour, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US 10-year note auction. Prior bid cover of 2.39, prior high yield of 4.177%. So this will be the US selling $39 billion in 10-year note reopening.
What happens here on Russell should decide where we go. Now that we're back to our 30-second opening range and VWAP, easily lose momentum here if we can't continue to push. This should be a big test.
So according to JP Morgan strategists, they say given outright yield levels, rich valuations, and a less supportive technical backdrop, they see the auction as requiring more of a concession in order to be digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 145k ultra 10-year note futures and net short 655k 10-year note futures, potential sources of covering demand for the auction. 5 minutes ago now to get the 10-year note auction data. High yield prior 4.177%, private cover 2.39.
I just closed a little here at 25k, just into this absorption, and then just leaving runners for this push up into 30. Just following our pathing, just taking a little risk off into our highs, but still playing off of this 80 to 60. No change. Just following our pathing across the board. Just Russell at VWAP, so it makes sense to take a little risk off. Again, just in runners now. Just nothing's changed. Holding our pivots across the board, just top of ranges. Russell losing a little momentum here into our VWAP and 30-second opening range high. Or low, sorry. Just gotta watch to see if we're gonna be able to maintain or if this is gonna be our top now that we've hit it. Oops. Just VWAP. Classic VWAP rejection when Russell leads. Always treat that as where you take your risk off. Whatever comes first, either our NQ target or our RTY VWAP. That's not a new concept. Wait, okay, so this is how they're destroying those mine boats, by the way, that Iran has like millions of in hidden tunnels. These little motor boats that they're dropping mines with. Look at that second part of the video. That's like a $60,000. Wait, let me see how much a JDAM costs. Oh, okay, they're not as bad. They're like 40k, 30k. 30 to 100k, depending on specific kit variant. On a motorboat. Oh, god. We're so bad at asymmetrical warfare, dude. We're not. The US does not know how to operate in asymmetric warfare. Yeah, true. 20 million. We saved those for schools, bud. Sorry. Yo, I missed this. This is a good one. I missed them saying that today. That's a crazy tweet.
One minute ago now to get the one issued for the 10-year note auction.
Like Iran just like shows up and comes to the US for the World Cup. It's crazy. This is our O10s here on NQ, just to know our VWAP. This is target, previous day value. New 15 minutes and 30 seconds. RTY pushing. We're watching to see if we get this flip for our next leg. This is ES target as well. Need to flip over the 79 for more. Listen, like, even in this chop, playing off of our range, like, this is still 1-to-1 here. This is 30 points. 20 points of risk for 30 points of profit right now, with potential for much larger upside.
4.21%, 4.21% for the one issued.
Just need to watch, see what Russell does. But again, like this is an easy concept to grasp just with volume profile basics. We don't look for a short until we flip back below our value edge. If we're holding and sustaining above our value edge from a look below, and we're now looking above, we have to look at it as a supportive look for a rotation back up to our VWAP. And then eventually to POC. Right? Like that's just like a basic concept. Again, this is what we're doing. Right? We gotta respect that. Especially with Russell leading up. And we just traded into our 30s on that wick.
So surely expecting the rest of the 10-year note auction data to come through now.
All right. I mean, that was a good last trade for me. I don't know about you guys.
Trades remarks to reporters. Four spot 217%, 4 spot 217%, with a bid cover of 2 spot 45. So the US sells $39 billion in 10-year notes and awards 24.68% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 12.72%, direct 12.83%, and indirect 74.45%. So we see a tail of 0.7 basis points then. So again, 10-year note draws 4.217% compared to the pre-sale when issued of 4.21%. So that's a tail of 0.7 basis points.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go throw lunch in the old air fryer while we wait to see if we go for a full target or if that's all we get. Again, we've fully risked. I mean, I won't say fully. I've risked off 90% of my trade here as we push into this 010 to 030 from our flip of our 80 to 60. Now just watching to see if we get the full rotation up. Yes, we're watching to see if this 780 can flip so we can head up to 791. We're watching Russell to see if it can get a bit higher now that we're holding view up as potentially supportive here. I'll be right back. Yeah, well, it's the time of day, right? This like 12 to 2 period is just very slow. But structurally, it was a good area.
Canada asks the oil industry to release some reserves.
Yo, check this out. This is one of the hidden tunnels that they have like hundreds of in the. This is one of the launch sites for the rockets. Yeah, they're everywhere. Iran is like an actual fortress, dude. It's like all mountain ranges with all those tunnels everywhere. You have to ground assault it. There's only so much you can do with rockets.
Putin's envoy Dmitriev in Florida meets members of Trump administration, according to sources.
That's insane. The U.S. launched over 400 Tomahawk missiles during the first 72 hours of Operation Epic Fury. This represents roughly 10% of the Navy's entire inventory and cost over $800 million. Imagine being China just watching this, just being like, watching your rivals just waste everything. You don't have to do anything. It's just crazy, man. It's insane. Endgame is just the US wasting everything between Ukraine and the Middle East and then invading Taiwan for free. Easy win. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, it really feels like what. Lots of folks were saying that today was hard, but today was pretty sweet on long sprint queue. I thought it was pretty good for both sides, man. I don't know why people were thought today was hard. I thought yesterday was harder. Today was very easy. In my opinion, I don't know how you guys feel, but I thought today was like pretty textbook.
According to CNBC, Chubb is set as main U.S. insurer for Persian Gulf shipping. Again, according to CNBC, Chubb is set as main U.S. insurer for Persian Gulf shipping.
Might as well, but come on, man. Come on, man.
So Chubb is to work with Development Finance Corps as part of the plan.
Oh, this is such a good one, Surf. We need to figure out a crop to make this a sticker.
So the DFC program would cover up to $20 billion in damages on a rolling basis for certain damages. So again, these are plans to help get oil tankers and other commercial traffic moving again amid risks from the Iran war.
I don't know what's going on with Bigfoot. The top right, but the basic image is so good. Oh, apparently there's been a major Bigfoot surge in Portage County, Ohio. 5 highly credible reports. Surely. Just holding our POC shift here on NQ, no change. Just holding our average. Rotated up to VWAP at our 20s where we took profit. Now just back down to our 80s where the bid is trying to build. Things that we need to worry about are a potential lower high here on Russell on retest for a leg back down to these lows. So we've got to keep our eye on that. Other than that, there's a potential that this curls over, right? And then we'll look for this downside on the flip below our value if this does curl over with that Russell move with the lower high. Right, we can see that kind of curling over action starting to build here on NQ. Doesn't mean that it needs to happen, but we'll watch the reoffer into this POC above to give us our early warning. Right, if this POC holds as resistance for a lower high with Russell, then we'll have to watch for this look back down, and then we'll watch for that secondary move below this value for that larger shift where this becomes a curling over pattern into our VWAP resistance. And then these guys are offsides, and then we'll flip this liquidity for a rotation down, breaking these lows because we then have this trapped liquidity above. Yeah. So we just gotta keep an eye on it. Right now, we treat it as a balance trade, but with the potential for this to curl over if this this buyer continues to remain offsides with Russell lower high. I want you to just be aware of it.
Fitch Ratings raises its near-term oil and gas price assumptions.
Just back down to our lows here at our 80 to 60, watching to see if we flip. RTY got its lower high at our 30-second opening range. Just coming back down, watching to see if our bid still rests here or if we'll flip. Again, we need to flip our value for us to consider anything other than a balanced trade right now. We are currently balanced between 68 on ES and our VWAP above at our 79.50 where we need to flip. I'm watching to see what
We have posted out Fitch Ratings piece on the feed for you to read through. So it does give their assumptions then. So they've raised its 2026 Brent oil price assumption to $70 a barrel from $63 a barrel due to the effect of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
We can see that this liquidity is very clearly
Fitch on oil and gas prices, we see current
screwed
spike
right
in
now,
prices
right?
to be followed by a drop to levels driven by market fundamentals on Strait of Hormuz reopens.
This is that we were just talking about on Footprint with that POC retest and offer. So we just want to make sure that that remains offside. Same thing with ES above our 79s. And if we do, then we'll look for that secondary leg and that offer below for that continuation. Yeah, great job. That was an easy one with our 010s to 25s. Just looking for this pushback down to 980, just bottom of our range, right? But it is a range trade until proven otherwise. Again, we gotta flip below our 80 to 60 for more, or this is just where the mid will be found, and then we'll just rotate back up to 010 to 030, where we took profit. Russell retesting our 30-second opening range edge off of our bounce at 80s. Same thing on NQ. I'm gonna clean this up by just making this a box instead of a circled area, just so that we can highlight the offside liquidity here in a bit of a cleaner fashion. Let's clean this up a bit.
Pentagon says that we will continue accelerating deployment of AI.
Alright, sorry, my lunch was ready. We bounced our lows, again, just that 80 to 50, to 60, right? Our value edge until we flip below. This is just going to balance trade. Watching Russell here off of our hold. Rotating back up to our 30-second opening range. Yes, into VWAP. It's just a reversion, right? We're waiting to see if this is going to crawl over or not. Just keep an eye on our edge here into 010 to 035, really. You can even just do like these highs here. As long as this is holding, sell side has a chance to try to put in a lower high for this offer below. But again, it's just chop. It's midday. It's lunch. We're watching to see if these lows hold for this continuation up, or if this lower high now holds for this flip for the rotation down on the higher time frame. Right, and if we're going to go up, we want to see a very clear flip of this, and then we can look for that push higher for this rotation of our value. So really just a waiting game. Which is why I'm like, I don't know if I care enough to sit here. Because like if we don't get this move, I'd say in the next hour, not even hour, I would say in the next 30 minutes, we probably will curl back over and then head back down to like 9:30, 9:20. But if we can build here, right, and pop this and make VWAP supportive across the board, then we'll just do a full range rotation back up to our highs. So it's a big pivot. It's a big area, right? It's just our VWAP reversion. And now we have to wait to see, like, is this VWAP where sell side on the higher time frame is loading their position, right, for the best possible average? Are our higher time frame traders loading their positions? And are they going to hold this as basically offer before sending us down for another leg? Or are we going to be able to flip this and then, you know, make our 30-second opening range supportive and VWAP supportive and then rotate back up? I feel like if we do flip here over our opening range, then we'll just head up to 180, take out that ETH high, or our high on the day. But I don't know, it's a decision point. I don't know if I care enough to wait. Like that's kind of where I'm at. Like we've made money on the day. We've had a really great morning. How many hours have I been streaming now? Got on at 9:30. So yeah. Don't know. Let's see what happens in this new 15. But if it doesn't happen, I'm probably gonna dip. Go eat my lunch. Don't want to overstay my welcome. If you're playing off 010, great first risk off, I guess. So we push down into 90. Just rotating between our seller here that we've highlighted with our red zone and our buyer at this POC to value below. Russell still just holding our 30-second opening range. No change. Jesus. Full rotation
According
of
to
our
ABC News,
range.
the FBI has warned police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast.
Just getting that curling over that we talked about, playing off of
So
this
seeing
red
news that
zone.
Microsoft is
Russell
to send
holding.
developers early version of new Xbox in 2027. Seeing the movement towards the downside on the S&P 500, just a little bit there. And WTI, tiny bit of movement towards the upside, not really so much, but a little bit more downside on the S&P 500. Dig C, not so much of a reaction off the back of that headline. Again, according to ABC News, FBI has warned police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast.
Taking off more risk here on NQ, playing off of our 010 to 026. Watching our reoffer here on our flip of our value. Russell into our target. Yes, into our first target. Watching to see if we get the flip as well. If we can get the flip, then we rotate down. This will be my last trade of the day, seeing as this one was an easy setup. No, nothing else. That's all we get. Rotate down. Taking off some risk again into these lows. Easy curl over.
Again, seeing further downside movement now of the S&P 500. A bit more movement towards the upside on WTI. Again, not a whole lot of movement.
Just following our path.
See tiny bit further movement towards the upside off the back of the ABC News headline.
Yeah, this is an easy one. Easy curl over. Okay, just leave a runner. Let it be. This is our pivot here at 75s. If we rotate below this, then we'll look for 810s, but easy trade.
Just a heads up, Trump is speaking at the moment.
Well, I've been
We have posted out the
sitting in
article
that
on
trade
feed, which we read
for
through.
20 minutes. So, I don't know. Bouncing our lows.
The Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 index falling to session low.
Just an immediate bounce at our 75s. See if we get a lower high here. Maybe you get a reoffer, kids, at our 50s. Watching RTY find its low. Just watch our retest. If we get continuation down. Unsure. Just in runner. Is there news? What happened? Well, we traded to VWAP, saw no desire to continue, curled over, broke value, and rotated our entire range. And at the same time, the FBI warned police departments in California that of this. Which seems like a bullshit headline, but you know. Yeah, surely the entire navy that's between Iran and is going to let those drones lackadaisically come to our border with not tripping on radar. Surely the market is making an appropriate reaction to said headline. Yeah. You just got your reoffer, kids. Our ES held, rotating back down. NQ as well, just into our offer, off of our flip, rotating back down. you're kind of balanced here in between. It can go either way, but we'll see. I don't know. That's kind of it for me, boys. Like, I really don't want to sit here all day. Like, there's some great opportunities, but I mean, that last trade was money. We just like caught the entire rotation with 0 risk. Like, it never invalidated. Bid sitting at 900. This is a great first risk off, because if we flip this 900 to 75, then you get your next leg. But you should expect a buyer to be sitting here at 900. We're watching to basically now see if a higher low is created to flip back above our value here and trap for rotations back up. Or if this from here can put in another lower high, get below the 75, and then we get this reoffer and then rotation down to 810. I don't know which one we're going to do, but very clear pivot here. Yeah, man. It's always another trade. Nice, good job. Yeah, and a great risk off into our 55s, right? We got to flip below for more. Just like we have path star offer here at our value edge. And your next move is going to be reliant on what Russell does from here. Can we hold the lower high and get below? If so, then we can continue downwards. If this POC shift that's happening on the daily on RTY fails to hold offer, right? And we rotate like so and then look over, then that might be it, right? We have to just watch to see what this POC shift is going to do. If we can't hold this pivot here on Russell as resistance, then we'll rotate back up to where the shift occurred, back up to this 40. So really want to see this start to retest these lows and head down to our target down here. Again, like NQ just kind of balanced here at our ETH low, has to flip it for more. But once we do flip it, should head down to that 800 very quickly. But if it continues to hold, then you just have to watch for the flip of back into value and then look for that higher low. Remember this this move happened very quickly, trapping this liquidity up here, and then a news-based event caused this move to happen a bit faster than we anticipated. So a bit of a retrace now makes sense. Retesting some of the structure, seeing if the sell is like legitimate or not. So this could easily come back up into 60 to 80 for retest, and it would still be a good short while we balance here and just wait. Gotta flip back above for more. Ah, there you go. Hell yeah. Good job, Surf. Oh, that's good. Better than what I was doing, scrolling Twitter. But seriously though, I think I'm gonna head out. My food's getting cold, and I don't want to just like, if I sit here any longer, I'm gonna be here for the entire day. So I'm just gonna chill in this runner. I'm gonna keep my stop break even on my final contract here at 0.15. And then I'm gonna put a take profit at 8:10. All right, I just posted that in chat, my two limits that are there. So break even and full target. Okay. But I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go eat food and then go walk my dog before I'm here all day. You guys have a good rest of your session. Remember, we've just been finding like this buy side liquidity into these lows so far. But if we can push through them on that hourly range, we're in a really good position for that full range rotation, right? So our reaction down here in these lows is basically what I'm looking at. Just before I leave, I'm looking to just tag this liquidity here as we push down quickly into this like 800 to 865 area on the hourly. I'm looking for like a liquidity grab. But if we can flip through this as we push down into this low, you have an opportunity to get the full rotation on our hourly range into the 725 to 600. So if you are staying for the full day, right, you can look for that. Again, my limit is at this 810. I'm not going to be watching charts. I'm leaving. Whatever happens, happens. Either I get stopped out or we'll do the rotation. But if we do flip this pivot and these wick lows start to hold as resistance, I'd be looking for this leg down for another, 100 points. Just for that full rotation, because like this is really starting to curl over, right, from our highs. I don't know. We'll see what happens. POCs are shifting. That should give us guidance. All right. Peace. I'll post charts in chat. Yeah, no problem. I'll see you Friday, Czar.